Good morning, everyone. Come on. I am really considering the fact that I might need to do a whole system reinstall again. Just so many Windows issues. Alright, anyway, plan for tonight. Tuckerman down to Comadro. Seckle. That's the plan. It'll be about 2,600 miles, probably about 5 to 6 hour flight. Anyway, that's the plan. Anyway, sorry about the delay once again. I was just installing GFX. Taking an A350-1000. This is going to continue our test in the plastic aircraft. I do need to. Alright, push to talk. I need to go and get Mo's up. Yeah, I think I might really do a whole system reinstall, I think. A whole Windows reinstall. Again, but that's what happens. Because that's happening. Actually, I was considering the possibility that I might have a memory issue. But to figure out, do it with a Windows reinstall first. See if that fixes a bunch of things. And then if that doesn't fix a bunch of things, then okay. Then I'll begin to diagnose the memory. And if you listen to Linus Torvalds, what he will say is sorry, just remapping the push talk button real quickly. He will say that you should only be using ECC memory, and I understand why. For those who are unaware, ECC stands for error correcting. However, it's freaking expensive. Alright, we are flying as Aeronaut 35 Papa from MPTO to airport Seckle. Taking the plastic. I know y'all cannot see what I'm doing right now. Alright. Probably need to open up Windows settings again. System devices. Where's it? Gitmo's AB9 base. Yeah, we're doing it. There we go. There we go. Now I got it. Alright, let me just go ahead and pre-file this on VATSIM. And then we can begin to get ready to go in this bloody aircraft. I am having more luck with this thing. Just to be crystal clear, I'm beginning to have a better time with it. It is growing on me, which is why I haven't done my review on it yet. As I've been saying for the past few weeks, I'm going to be doing a review on it here soon. A 15-month review. Oh, it was going to be 14 months. It's going to be a 15-month review now. And I'm gonna have some views on it. And it's for the most part it's gonna be negative, but if I can get it to work well for me, then it'll become a very, very positive review. Alright, so anyway, let's get the external power on. Batteries to on, crew supply, emergency lights to get all those on. Nav lights are already on. Good. Morning, Grumpy. Yeah, actually, I was this close to getting some freeware scenery. This close. But then I was already in the sim, and I realized, you know what? That'll be an extra 10-minute delay. Let's get off the ground. It's 12:44 in the morning. Tone lights. All right, let's get the Adirus on. I know that there's a special order. Well, I never say 0, but yeah, I understand. Never say 0 because this is the second tour you put this on. Oh wait, no. Yeah, I think this is the second one. It was on the Around the World, wasn't the first one, right? Excuse me. Alright, let's try to remember how to set up this aircraft. Okay. Full left, full right. Do this dead flight controls check. Yeah. Alright. Dead flight controls check. I think it's mostly complete. There we go. Yep, dead flight controls check complete. So Grumpy, I don't know if you saw my other message in Discord. I installed something. I did give in with GFX, which is why I'm a few minutes late in addition to wanting an extra 2 minutes of sleep. Instant refuel. Yeah, I kind of feel as if I shouldn't have to do it, but at the same time, for when trying to maintain separation, it does matter. Where these screens are horrendously bright, and I don't use my thing as intended because it makes no difference. I don't use this monitor at all anymore for screens. And the reason why is because by the time I put it up on this massive screen, it's the same size minus, or the same size plus 5%. Doesn't make any difference anymore. Alright, let's see here. Init. Received. Inset. Alright, let's see what's next. Get the wind. Received. Insert. And why is OBS not? I know it's not OBS, it's something else. It never scaled correctly. That's fucking awesome. There we go. Let's see. Planning runway 03 right for departure. I feel like that's the only logical choice considering where I am. Alright, and then are we even on a departure? I'm gonna say no. It'd be straight out climb. Straight out climb, go direct turn, Gib 2 passing about 3,000 feet is what I think I'm gonna do. Initial climb 2,000, then direct Gib 2, and then from Gib 2, or yeah, and then continue it down, I think is what I'm gonna do. Oh, you're gonna do the W1 Alpha. That doesn't make any sense. If anything, maybe the the Donda 1 Alpha. If anything. What does this look like? First off, what's the wind? QNH 1011. Sweet. So the disco. Yeah, well, wasn't never gonna follow that, or was never gonna do those waypoints. Too lazy to do it like this because it is a bit annoying. Move. Oh, there we go. Yep, that's the intention. All right, in that case, we will take the departure at the Donda 1 Alpha. Yeah, 03, right? And then from position direct. Wait, wrong button. That'll be Gib 2. There we go. That works. Fuel and load. Enter, enter, enter. How many passengers are we bringing? 309. Could have taken a triple. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, I think I did torture you guys yesterday with the triple. Good on me. Take off performance. Sync FMS, sync weather, compute. One thing, and this kind of kills me how I can't really see the margins on this. Because I don't know if this is 1,000 foot of margin. I don't know if this is 2,000 feet of margin. Don't know if this is 20 feet of margin. Kind of some information that I would like to be able to see. Right, so SimBrief is telling me it'll be 137 feet of margin. That's on a different setting. Well, let me get SimBrief to give me something decent first. Flaps 3 maybe? Two. Flaps 1, no, assume temp. That works. Flaps 1, Tigga. And that'll give me 2,000 feet of margin. Oh, good. That works. I don't even have the AP one. 4, 3, 2, 1. Sent to FMS. Insert. Localizer on. Oh, no. Initial climb. Initial climb at or above 7,000. You know what I'm gonna do today? I'm gonna skip using GSX for pushback. And I'm gonna, just because I doubt that GSX is gonna work very well. And so what I'll do is I'll use toolbar pushback. Aeronaut 3-5, Papa with a radio check, please.
5.
Got you 4x5, a bit quiet. What? There we go.
I was whispering.
Right, I forgot. It's 4 a.m. or not 4 a.m. It's 6 a.m. for you guys over there. I'm gonna skip out on GSX today just because it doesn't make any sense to use something that probably won't handle this airport very well. Alright. Lights are on. I think we're ready. Document traffic, you're not 3-5, Papa heavy, stand 1, 2, 3. Push and start now onto Juliet. Document traffic. Beacons on. Fuel pumps on. APU bleed on. Would help if I were to remove those. You know who's developing his own pushback tool? Noms. Get number 2 first.
Top priority. Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the buckle. To tighten, pull the strap. And to release, lift the top of the buckle. In case of unexpected turbulence, we'd ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated. If the cabin pressure changes, oxygen masks will automatically drop. Pull the mask towards you, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Breathe normally. Be sure to secure your own mask before assisting others. Your life vest is under or beside your seat. If instructed to use it,
Auto. Tara. Above. Alexa, turn on Rand's desk.
is a being pointed out below crew now. Please note, the closest exit may be behind you. Please take a moment to review the safety log in your seat pocket for more information. We thank you for your attention, and we hope that you enjoy the film.
Panama traffic again at 516. Go taxiing 203 right, holding point Lima via Mike and Lima.
Tim, how far back did I tell this thing to go? Via Juliet. In Lima. Good engine start. Nose lights to taxi. APU off. Get the flight, get the flaps going. Flight controls. Rudder. Full left, full right. Correct. Full left. Full right. Correct. Full up. Correct. Full down. Correct. Alright. Flight control check completed. All good. Flight control check. Passed. Alright. Wing lights on. Nose lights to taxi. Get the flaps up. These guys been started good. Dim some of these lights. I'm in traffic, or not 385, Papa. Heavy taxiing now. Boarding point Lima for runway 03 right via Juliet and Lima. Tuckerman traffic. one. Perfect RTO. Shrubbies on. Yeah, no, this report really is shit. So I'm taking Sierra, but that's because there's not the entrance there should be. Oh, yes. Take off config. Take off config normal. APU off. Though, once again, there is a case to keep the APU on.
Panama traffic again on 56 Tango, lining up runway 03 right for a Dabel or 1 Alpha departure.
Yeah, you see, I don't know if without GFX I would have been able to see you all the way down there.
Panama City traffic again on 56 Tango, rolling takeoff 03 right.
Taxi map is something I wish every aircraft had. I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to integrate even with the older aircraft. Just an extra thing that they don't have to display. It's on. Takeoff checklist complete.
Panama City traffic again on 56 Tango, airborne passing 1,753 feet.
Very, very specific. I like it. Took him in traffic, they're not 3-5, Papa Heavy, lining up now, runway 03 right. Took him in traffic. Lights are on, good. You and I are on different departure. And to come in traffic, Airnaut 385 Papa is gonna just hold here on the runway for a few minutes for traffic separation. To come in traffic. It's because I'm turning. Yeah. Now that's nice. So I'll wait until you're about here, so in the going parallel. Don't know the term off the top of my head before I take off. Delta ND82 just spawned in here in apparently the wrong direction. This airport really isn't meant. That is funny. That's funny. Tuckman traffic Airnaut 385 Papa Heavy taking off now, runway 03 right via the Danda 1 Alpha departure. Tuckman traffic.
Panama City traffic Airnaut 56 Tango, climbing unrestricted, flight level 370.
Alright. Thrust stabilized. Tugga. SRS green, auto thrust blue, thrust Tugga. No blue. Rotate. Hot drink here. This thing. Absolute rocket. Took him in traffic on 385 Papa Heavy, now airborne passing 3,000. Initially climbing 7,000. Took him in traffic. It's really good right to F1, but I'm not going to. Once again, those flight directors are kind of hard to see, and I ran into that issue even with the pop out. So once again, add it. It enables adding an option in the EFB settings to make that flight director purple. Even though it wouldn't be exactly realistic, it'd be useful for a lot of people. Adding that option in the EFB for those who want to preserve it being realistic would be a good move in my opinion. The thing is, feeling pretty decent to hand fly though. The question is, can this thing continue to live up to my expectations? Which it is right now, so. But will I change my mind after it pisses me off again? Is the question. Tad aggressive there on the stick. I think that USB disconnect's actually a printer. Alright, autopilot on. First, let's see if I can't spot a Grumpy. What are we? What's our cruise? Cruising 370. Tuckman traffic, Aeronaut 385 Papa Heavy, climbing now, flight level 370. Tuckman traffic. So my question is, Grumpy, could you, if you haven't taken your landing lights off, could you stick your landing lights on real quickly? I'm curious about something. Showing you at 240 now. Yo, that might explain that. I think we're in a cloud. I think that's the issue. You can say lost side of the stars. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Still having a hard time finding you. I'd be looking in the wrong place. Or actually, what's my performance settings on the VPilot? Make that 60 miles. I'll wait until I'm in this turn. What does VAT Simulator say we have in terms of separation? $34 miles. Oh, there you are. There you are. So I was looking in the absolute wrong location. That's nice. That's nice. The question is, should you have to spend $20 to get it, to be able to have this? That's the bigger question, especially for a sim that already has pretty decent clouds. And yeah, I agree. The answer is no, but it does make a difference. Why are you misbehaving? There we go. So I'm noticing that we're going to go the same speed. Yeah, I'm showing you on the ground speed is 490. You're really going 490 on the ground speed? Damn. I thought I said it. Yeah. That civilian showing about 40 miles in between us, so you'd be on like the outskirts of it. If it can even see it, which it might not. Find interesting how now I can rely on visual separation a bit better than or a bit more than radar separation. So Seckle is the airport with the lights at the end of it, or with the fancy lights at the end of it, right? I think it's a massive airport. remember correctly. Yep. What I thought. Standard pressure. Standard pressure now. Engine's looking fine. Pressure is looking fine. What's the check the T's and P's real quickly. Alright. Oil pressure looking fine. I never did that maintenance. I didn't know I had to do it. I will remind me once I get on the ground just to perform that maintenance. Because oil quantity is a bit lower than I feel like I'd want it. You told me to perform the maintenance on this thing, and I completely forgot. Oh. Batteries. Yeah. AP is fine. Now has HSBC approved my request for a bank account? Nothing for them yet. I never started Air Baltimore. Whatever. Oh, whatever. One extra thing. We did fix our issue where it stopped tracking flights after 5,000 points. Seb forgot he put in a limit for some reason. So we figured out that issue. There's still a lot to go. I went in and added ranks. Don't know how real these ranks are named, but anyway, so the issue that I found with VATSIM, well, sorry, let me restart. So when it comes to ranks, it's not just hour based, because someone can do like, oh, I don't know, 3 long hauls and then get up to like 30 hours real quickly. But only over the course of like 3 flights and become a third officer. So when it comes to ranks, I have those set as both requiring a minimum amount of hours and minimum amount of flights. So people actually have to go in and perform the flights. Found that to be the best thing to do there. So anyway, when it comes to ranks, going trainee until you're 4th officer. Don't know if that's a real airline position, but whatever. It's where you have 1 stripe on your uniform, where it requires minimum of 10 hours and then a minimum of 5 flights. Then we move on to 3rd officer, with 15 hours, 15 flights. Yeah, makes sense. And then slowly progress at the way you become a captain for us at 50 flights and 50 hours. And this is with airport armor. This is not like FATSIM, right? So whatever experience you have with FATSIM, I mean, you can certainly use that experience on here, but it's not going to count towards any of it. So well, we haven't that's one of the questions we have to that Seven and I have to figure out, right? And we might allow it to be a setting that people go in and make with their own airline, right? We might have it be like transfer hour or transfer hours, or transfer progress thing. We are going to add type ratings, which we're going to do type ratings a lot differently than New Sky. We're going to do type ratings based on you can only have a single type rating. So the way we're going to make it, as per real life. And I haven't decided other stuff's related to that. If that's the only decision I've made so far, I haven't decided how many hours in each aircraft, how many flights in this aircraft. So that'll be a good idea. Actually, I'm gonna take a photo of that. Chat real quickly. Just so I can keep that in note. So. Speaking of this, and we have routes now, kind of. This is not 100% complete. We have to. We're gonna make it so we can add a little button to automatically make the flight, which we should already be there. Now we have. This is another thing that I'm learning from New Sky. Okay. When I go to file a flight, for example, this one. Let's pick it in the A319. When we go to put it in SimBrief, it'll only transfer over 4 things. All right, that being the ICAO flight, or the ICAO flight number, departure, and arrival. Also the aircraft type. We are not going to touch anyone's fuel any of the fuel planning. So if you have custom fuel policies set up to match your experience, right, that is something that we're going to let you guys deal with. It makes sense that way. New Sky does fuel handling very, very shit, in my opinion. Well, it's not my opinion, it's fact. Right. Fuel is up to you guys. And then also from this page, of course, you can just go and pre-file it. So we need to add a map to this, which Seb hasn't had a chance to work on it in a few days. So oh dear, what happened? What happened? Did he run out of fuel? I went back to bed after I left the stream. After our messages last night. I went back to bed for an hour. Notice the lack of an A320. I find either one an A319 or A321. We do have the A320 Neo though. I'm just gonna skip out on the A320 though, since I don't fly. I don't really like it. Don't really see the purpose of the A320. See the purpose of a smaller aircraft, and I see the purpose of a bigger aircraft. And then we're gonna figure out the scoring system once Seb gets around to doing an ACARS update. So through so this thing here, we're gonna incorporate the whole website into this, and we might even incorporate and we're also gonna incorporate actual ACAR stuff into this. So don't think that's gonna be something small. Or we're gonna incorporate actual ACARS stuff. The whole website's going to be embedded in this, and so is everything else. So same. So oh, this thing, by the way, will get automatic updates. Well, you still have to manually press install. It's not like Canoe Sky where, or it's not like Steam where the second it gets an update, it'll update, right? There'll be a button that says install. But updates will be happening. See, we are gonna have an ACAR system, and we haven't figured out how we're gonna do that yet. Yeah. Essentially tell people, like, oh, at this airport, here are our preferred stands that you use, that sort of stuff. Haven't figured out where we're gonna be based at Heathrow yet. And like I said, we need to add a map to this. We are gonna have a hub at Baltimore. Speaking of, I need to put in a flight that Fry told me, or put in a route. And Fry also wanted to add an A330-900. Routes. Up through 06. Chesapeake 07 to Kilo Charlie Mike Hotel. Interesting. Thing is now a 3-hour flight. No, add aircraft to it in a moment. Fleet. So what I'm showing you now is interesting. I'm not seeing you in front of me either, but I was. Not now. And eventually I'll have to go in and fill in all those settings. But what I'm showing you now is probably what we're going to roll out to fleet management. And we are going to add duplicates of every aircraft. There'll be some time though. Interesting. Routes. Oh, I gotta get Seb to put this in order of added. 330-900. Actually, I can do all these. Except the Shitna. There we go. Done. So I can, well, actually, one, I need to add the one going back. Whoops. 08. CMH. Need to self-fry that that's been done. Uh, so, morning, Max. So the IKEA for Air Baltimore is CHS. For Chesapeake. So that'll be our call sign. 1 second, just telling Fry that I've added what he wants. There we go. And I also need to let's see. So this is not the new Air Baltimore livery for the A350-1000. We are in the old livery. Probably the same one that Grumpy's using, to be honest. I'm going to do an updated version of this livery at some point in the future. Don't know when. Still trying to figure out the first, the 777-200 livery. And then I'll move on to the 777, or sorry, and then I'll move on to this thing, and then hopefully by that point in time, they will have released the paint kit for the A340-600. That is a massive if, though. And if they haven't, then move on to probably the 777-300. Though I might do, though the 319 might be next. Don't know. I'll figure out, but first priority for Air Baltimore is the well, it's Seb fixing everything and programming everything, and then it's also get out the first livery. of the 777-200. Which there were still a few issues with, but it's getting there. Morning, Clark. We're on our way from Panama to Chile. To a major airport in Chile. Santiago. Thank you. So I installed something. Don't know how well you can see that little dot out there, or if you guys can really see it at all. It's right there. How about now? Grumpy, you said you. Uh, Grumpy, what did you do again? To get your TCAS working. Yes, it is GFX. We might just be out of range for yeah, how many miles separation? We got 40 miles separation. Yeah. Yeah, 41 miles separation. There must be a limit to it, because I'm still not seeing you. Even though I can physically see you. And I can and I can even see like the smoke that you're leaving behind. Or the contrails. The steam condensation, whatever you want to call it, or whatever it is. Alright, what time are we doing? 10:47 Zulu. That's better than 1400 Zulu. About 7 a.m. For me. All right, you guys get to decide what video I make today. Either I make the next part of the 777 guide. I finally edit the X and O across the pond event, which I still have not done. Or you guys can name another video that you guys want to see. I'd be willing to give it to do a setup tour. If you guys are curious in that as well. You guys get to decide. I'm fine with either. Or I'm fine with any of them. I was going to do my review on the 351,000, but then I decided to take a week off, or take almost a week off, and so I haven't had that much. Oh yes, we need to figure out one of those out, don't we? Max, you guys aren't out of school. Max, you guys aren't out of school again until August, right? You guys get out late compared to us, if I remember correctly, or if I believe if what I'm believed. Is it just her half term? You have a week. Okay. No, we might have to figure out a cross pond event. Perth to Cape Town would be pretty good. You guys are not gonna like what I have to say, but I think I might have to do a Windows reinstall again. Overall, it's just been really sluggy. Or really sluggish. And it's crazy because I just did it like 2 months ago, and I feel like I shouldn't have to do a Windows reinstall every 2 months, but at the same time, I did swap out hardware, so I don't know. I don't know if I should do it, or I mean, I kind of don't want to because it's kind of a massive hassle to reinstall everything, but at the same time, I've been having a lot of Windows issues. Especially when it comes to the mouse. Mouse and keyboard, especially, been having a number of those issues. And having memory go all the way up. I don't know if memory is related to Windows or the sim it might be. So. Yep, in that case, it's a 40-mile range. I guess 40 miles. That's another thing that I won't have over there. I won't have to deal with maintaining a nice green lawn. For those who don't know, here in the U.S., a lot of us prioritize having the greenest lawn in the neighborhood. A lot of us absolutely prioritize it, despite grass being basically useless, and we don't do anything with grass. Yes. Grumpy, you and I need to finish this up before I move. Actually, the plan is, if I were to take a look at New Sky, all of these inactive ones we are going to be done with by the time I move. All of them need to be done with. So we are going to really crack down on some chores in the coming weeks. I want to leave myself with a nice clean slate, so that I do eventually set up or reset up everything over in Kingsland. I will have it'll be a nice clean slate. So That's the intention anyway. CFM engine or international engine production delays, right? There you are. Now firmly on my radar. Grumpy, what are you going now for your speed? 8.5? Whoops. You guys saw nothing. You guys did not see me forget my landing lights again. Yeah, that's one of those things that we're gonna change when it comes to air Baltimore. We're gonna allow a set of airline policies for very specific things. For example, landing lights. We're gonna allow right for Air Baltimore. We're gonna make it standard landing lights on and off at or above 20,000. Or sorry, we're gonna make it standard. So landing lights have to be on below 10,000. But we'll change it. We'll allow that'll be a setting that each airline controls. San Francisco sourdough. That sounds disgusting. See you in a bit, Grumpy. Then again, I also do not like the West Coast. I agree. Chains of ATCs on, and if we have any ATC, I'll tell them. I'll tell them you've stepped away for about 20 minutes. If we get any ATC, which there is actually a ground on somewhere. Sierra Echo Quebec Mike. I know I can't speak about food because here in Maryland the only real special thing we have is crabs. Alright, did Fry say something? He did. For our operations. I'm really trying to only add aircraft that I have. Alright. Let's see here. I still need to make a bunch of changes to Air Baltimore. Actions fleet. Nope. Oops. I need to edit this button. Rename that to 228. T9. Then Fry gave me a list of things he wants changed, which I kind of understand. Recommended. Did I put in the? I did. All right. Let's see. So what we need to do is we need to make a map of all of our operations. I just want to get an idea of our operations. So everyone will get to decide. I'm gonna add a poll now. Here, Baltimore. So I'm gonna let everyone decide in terms of hubs. For Air Baltimore. So obviously, well, I was thinking we could do a hub at. Oh no. No, because I want to add as many routes as possible. I need it as a map. Nope. These all look like some really shady websites. Can I just do it with Google Earth? Is the question. New map. So obviously we'll do our first one over to Heathrow. And back. Then we're doing what other routes do I have in here? Alright, what other routes do I have in here? Baltimore to Halifax. To Moncton. Halifax is up here somewhere. I forget where. Stanfield. It's not this airport. Here. That's not. This isn't really gonna work. Two 9. 228. All right. Friday with us in stream. See you, Max. Have a nice night, or have a nice day, mate. Whilst %, based at all right. Sorry, just trying to figure out some Air Baltimore stuff. And then roots. All right. Let's see. The Max will not be part of our fleet unless demand for it becomes unbearable. Sorry, just chatting with Fry here. He has had some inputs on ABL, or sorry, on CHS. Yeah, our main hub, the East Coast, with assisted Dulles will be in use, but not for many flights. European hubs will be Heathrow, Düsseldorf, and European hubs will be Heathrow, Düsseldorf, Shannon, and USA hub will be Boston, Dulles, Baltimore, Main HQ, Beach, Phoenix, USA hubs will be Boston, Dallas, Baltimore, San Fran, Phoenix. Uh, Cleveland, Columbus. USA hubs will be well. Uh, mm. Alright, and then light. So just text me, chatting between Fry. All right. Mm-hmm. Just talking to yeah, just trying to figure out a few things. We're gonna be mostly UK based once we in terms of our hubs in the UK, but we are gonna have hubs over there in Europe. So being Düsseldorf, Shannon, Bristol, Heathrow, Glasgow, and Balin. I have a different naming slash number convention. Um. Be cheap. All right, sorry. Fran are just figuring out. Anyone's still gonna know. Brand new logo. Channel branding. Eric Baltimore. Tail logo CG. That's what I need, right? Sorry. Flight it is then. File export PNG. .4K. White. Alright. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to chat. Alright. Do mid-flight check in moment. Sorry, just chatting with Fry. It's North America. Phoenix. San Fran. Chicago. Just putting it in one place for now. y'all can see what I'm doing right now. There's like nothing to hide. Europe. Let's see here. Düsseldorf. Heathrow. Oh wow, right. Wow. Wow. Just off Heathrow. I said Bristol. Welcome back. Oh, wow, Fry. We're just figuring out some hubs for, or some more routing for Air Baltimore. Berlin and Shannon. I'm not going to do any hubs in the Middle East for obvious reasons. We'll do a destination. Oh, yeah, I know. Well, it would be for short hauls. So. Right. Not every aircraft's going to be at each hub, and not every hub's going to connect to each aircraft. Or not every aircraft's going to be at each hub, and not every you know what I'm saying. Right. So Bristol's going to be a hub for our. You see, I thought about Gatwick, but then the thing is that we already have Düsseldorf and we already have Heathrow, and so it would be a question. It would be a question of, is there? I mean, if I have Bristol on here, I mean, fair. No, not doing Eddie. Eddie will be a destination. Not doing it. Not doing a major hub. Destinations. Right. Not. Well, Helsinki's a good one. Helsinki's a good one. Bergen's tiny. Well, so is Bristol. Where's our land again? Oh, that's Stockholm, isn't it? I'll add Helsinki onto it. By the way, we have a rule when it comes to the USA where the farthest south we're going is whatchamacallit? KPHX. Yeah, I think so. If you can do this all in ICAOs, that'd be helpful. Yeah, I saw. But is it like really that possible? It's like me getting a 777 out of Bristol. So Cape Town. I think that's gonna be our only hub in Africa. Well, we have Düsseldorf, which is 20 minutes by train from Cologne. I do like Düsseldorf. So, is it Cape Town or Johannesburg is the one out here, right? I gotta pull out a map, and this year's not gonna be good software. Yeah, Johannesburg is forget where Johannesburg is. It's over here, right? Yeah, it's right here. Johannesburg can be a destination from Cape Town. The idea is we're not our African operation's not gonna make up a lot of everything. Though we will do we'll do a hub actually at Darwin, because that'll allow us easy access to the rest of everything. Oh, Cairo is a good option. Cairo is yeah, Cairo's a good option. Asia / Australia. Oh God, God no. God no. Oh, we're gonna have a lot. This is not gonna be a small operation. Even though we're not even gonna touch Florida. We can touch Alabama. We can touch Texas. We're not touching Florida. I have everything in the world against Florida. Maybe. Yeah. Well, I was thinking we could do a destination to Perth. Right, but I was thinking that strategically, Darwin would make more sense because it gives us it gives a little easier access to everything else. So, oh fuck no, no, I'll happily add routes to basically anywhere else except the Middle East and Florida. And the reason, like, Middle East should be obvious. Well, we could do a hub at Singapore. No, I'm sorry, we don't. Bali. Start naming airports. we can do that as destination. Jakarta. You see, some of these I barely know where they are. But we are going to do Darwin as our main hub, with a mini hub at Sydney and or actually no, we'll just make Darwin our main hub here in Australia. You know where else we could have a hub? This tiny little airport surrounded by mountains. No, I'm joking. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. All of our passengers will kill us. What's the main airport in the Philippines? You know, looking for Asian, not like in Asian operations will be a part of it, but won't be like the biggest part. Looking for strategic options. Singapore might not be bad. Bangkok is another good option. Yeah, Bangkok would be a good option. Well, I can offer a destination to China, but I can't offer. North North Korean ops. Oh, Mumbai. It's India, West Coast. Yeah, Mumbai wouldn't be a bad halfway point. Should be. Yeah, Mumbai wouldn't be a bad halfway point. Just want to kind of stay out of this area in terms of hubs right now because obviously we. Delhi. Yeah. Mumbai wouldn't be a bad option. So we'll put on there Bangkok. Wasn't it us, the British, who named that city? Yeah, I know, right? Do Bangkok and then also go to Tokyo. Okay, you have to hold down the shift key for this. CYHC, yeah. If you can do it in all ICAOs, that'd be beneficial. Because then we don't have to convert. Well, the idea with Hong Kong is that we transfer all our passengers over to a place that's more friendly. Oh, actually, China's becoming more friendly now in the world. Maybe consider it. This might just be my American gene coming in with hating China. Yeah, we'll do a main hub at Tokyo as well. In terms of the Middle East, we'll go or in terms of this area, we'll do Mumbai, and then we'll go Istanbul. And I'll have to add that to whatchamacallit, to Europe. For the Middle East, we said Mumbai. Let me add Istanbul. True. True. Then we have a hub in Tokyo, right? So it's like, would we really? um. Yeah. Southern EU. Is Turkey not part of the EU? No, Turkey's not part of the EU, right? No, what I thought. They're part of NATO, not the EU. Maybe. Not Istanbul though. Istanbul's very much considered Europe. You go down to the south of Turkey, then yeah, I'd agree with you. But I'd very much consider Istanbul Europe. Why is that? It's not working for some reason. Um. You mean this tiny? Yeah, yeah. What Grumpy said. I mean, I for the most part, I'd say that Turkey's very much in the Middle East, but I also consider parts of it Europe. So, um, Istanbul is located at the river, though. So, but then the airport is that's not the airport. They have a yeah, it's settled now. Rome, thinking something else. Thinking Rome's not a bad option. Thinking something something else potentially. Uh, Cyprus is that airport's not very big. Yeah, Rome might not be bad. Ooh, Athens probably a better option. You know, yeah, I think we'll go Rome because it gives them good midway point for Istanbul. It's like Heathrow, for example. Gives a good midpoint. So. Oh, real? Is it really that much? Speaking of Grumpy, I think we still have like how many aircrafts is it at Istanbul? Some of us got to start flying some aircrafts back. Unless people have helped move some of them. Okay, it was a lot worse. No, sorry, it was Dubai. We have loads of aircrafts at Dubai. We have 1, 2. I think Max might have flown, or someone might have flown another 772 back. So we have a lot of 777 freighters. Yeah, I'll throw in Rome as a mini hub. So the only purpose of Rome will be to get to other hubs, if you know what I mean. That you're not wrong, because well, actually, I was thinking with Rome, what we could do is we could have it connect to other hubs, right? So we can have it connect to our Istanbul hub for like Middle East operations. We can have it connect to our main hub for Heathrow. Right. A bit different, something different. And also I think Glasgow has a few more heavy slots available, if I'm not mistaken, anyway. So nothing against Eddie. Eddie will be a destination. Uh, actually, I might make Eddie a mini hub. You know what? No, Just go Glasgow. So. Oh, is it really that bad? Is Glasgow really that bad? Okay. What's that thing that what's that ancient saying that Elon Musk was going on about a few years back? Vox to something. Translated to think the voice of the people is the voice of God. Something insane like that. Eddie. Spaghetti. And it'll be a mini hub. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Um, oh yeah, I already had that. Thank you. My how am I gonna survive in the UK if I can't spell right? There we go. By the way, Grumpy, if you want to, I'm not gonna force you to join this airborne recruit thing. It'll probably get renamed at some point for software. Probably rename the software entirely once Seb has finished developing it. But this is where we're gonna handle all of our software stuff. So, it's a different one though. It is, and that's you have. No, it's a different one. Perhaps I should hide this. It's a different one. So gotta go to Seb for that. I told him. Seb knows how to do it. And I don't know what Seb has done in terms of joining process. Here, I'll see if I can do it through my end, but I think that is mainly a Seb thing. Roles. Actually, I might be able to do it. Director of events. For our. There we go. Alright, numbers. For I need to quickly look at your CID. I will not leak everyone's CIDs. Or I will try not to again. CID, director of events. I think I've added you now. To director of events. Yep. you should be yeah. Then just add it. Yeah, right now, Fry, your job is very, very little. Fry, you should be good now. All right, we need some South American destinations, or not destinations. We need some South American things. We need a South American hub, but first we'll take a look at the flight. We are a pilot first and foremost, and kind of forget to remember that. I'm showing exactly 40 miles separation between you and I. In terms of fuel, we got 35.9. Currently estimated in 1045. That's. Give me the echoes for those, because I have no clue. Alright, Santiago. No, we're not going to do that many operations in South America, I think. So, Panama wouldn't be a bad option if we can figure out the scenery. So, Fry, they fixed that. Fry, that I hate to break it to you, but they released an update a while back, and they fixed that. Not fair. So, do we have a step climb coming up? No, well, not. Oh, yeah, we can take a step climb to 390. Traffic. Damn. Traffic. Aeronaut 35. Papa heavy step climb now to 390. Traffic. Yep. They fixed the WASM issues. I think it was a mixture of SU5 and then Anybo's actually released an update. I remember using the A350 a fair amount, and oh, let's keep the main ones. If we need to add more or subtract some later, we can. Where's Google Earth? Did I close Google Earth? Oh wow. Good. You already dumped Halifax. Really? Isn't that, I think they have a term for that. Mutiny. I think that's what it's called. I have the power to fire you. Well, that is fair. That is fair. Well, no, because Halifax have some place. Halifax is like the equivalent of Eddie. It's a small airport, but I've flown a 777 from Halifax to Heathrow before, and it serves as not a bad place for some of the stuff up here. By the way, you do realize that not much of this is usable. At least not until Seb goes in and does the ACARS update. We used to fly out of Halifax all the time on the channel. So That's not it. It's over here, I think. Not mistaken. Okay, I actually don't know where this airport is. Wonder if it's over here. It's not that one. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, these gates over here, they are technically, well, they're big, so. Well, they're not that big, but they are. I have gotten triple out of Halifax just fine in the past. Fully loaded, off to Heathrow. I'll go ahead and plop out all these. Well, first off, South American hubs. Panama City is a fair one. We can do Panama City. Let's see. I think a few of us would be mad if I were to put in destination in the French Guiana. Grumpy. I'm not gonna do this. But imagine if I were to have a hub all the way out here, wherever it is. It's not this one. This is does accept. What's this? The Edinburgh of the Seven Seas. What on earth? Interesting. Oh, true. True. That is a fair point. Hmm. What's the main airport in Puerto Rico? Because my issue is that I don't want to go go from what would be Charlotte or Baltimore all the way down to Brazil for a hub. So yeah, that is a fair point. What's the main airport in Puerto Rico? I have no clue. Seems like a very not used airport. Just to say it, I want to get a little political here. We really need to make. Actually, I was looking at that. right before the stream. Then I realized I had already opened the sim. Or I had already opened the sim. This wouldn't be horrendous. I'll have to test it out though. But just to prove that I was not that I try to lie. So I don't, because that's evil, but I was considering downloading a freebie for today's flight. Then I realized logistically, how often are we here? The answer is once every 6 months. Just taking up space on my very full SSD. Which, we have some space now, but not loads. Not if you have the Premium Deluxe, and Heathrow is still something that you can that you can navigate through. Heathrow is so simple. Well, if you have the Premium Deluxe version of any version of MSFS, the default scenery is not bad at all. Actually, it's pretty good. And then B, even if you don't, it's still pretty good. It's still completely navigable. Or all the gates are still there and everything. So yeah, all that really matters is the taxiways and runways. So if a hub must have scenery from the priority. Yeah, but the issue with Heathrow is that Heathrow is a bit annoying in terms of frames, and plus all the idiots. But we can accept an idiot airport every once in a while. So, yeah. So my concern is I want to get in. Well, Mexico City may not be bad. Mexico City might be a good option. I don't want to go this far without a hub or without some kind of stopping point, because that's not great for the passengers. Because our next option for a hub will be Brazil. It's not going to do one in Venezuela, Colombia, or any of this, right? So you need to find one in Central America. No, that's right to the line. We can't do Florida. I'm happy with Atlanta becoming a hub. I'm happy with Alabama, Dallas, Houston, New Orleans. We are not offering any services to Florida. And I have everything in the world against Florida. Crocodiles. There you go. In Florida, you have to deal with crocodiles. And you have to deal with the idiots. I draw the line in Florida. No operations in Florida. We can go as far down as whatever the most southern city in Georgia is. Just can't enter into Florida. New Orleans we're fine with. Houston. So Yeah, I'd like to have a hub at Charlotte though. Well, yeah, I think I'd like to have a hub at Charlotte. I'll have to make that. I'll have to add that if I haven't already. But anyway, what? Think it. Standard edition airports. Kennedy, LAX. And I wonder why my Kennedy wasn't working. I'll show you. Let's see. I would love to have a hub at Gibraltar, just not physically possible. Gibraltar will be a place where you offer a few routes though. Orlando, or sorry, O'Hare has one. This for deluxe. Why was it at the last time I was at O'Hare? It's absolute shit. I was at O'Hare only a few weeks back. I didn't stream it. It was with I was with Seb. Doing a test flight. Schiphol. European. Anything for South America? Caribbean. So, damn, I feel like they need to kind of improve that. Not doing Haiti for obvious reasons. The planes will end up with bullet holes in them. Our maintenance cost will have to go through the roof. Um, TNCM. Yeah, St. Martin. Show me where that is. Princess Juliana International. Which island? My geography is failing me today. St. Martin. Am I being blind? Most likely am. Oh, fair. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. Let's see. Surely it's not that one. Though it might be. I know, right here. Okay, that's not bad. What's it? What's the size of the runway though? Because the idea is might have to be Mexico City, unfortunately. Yeah, the issue is that it's not that big. Right. I mean, not every. And the idea is give passengers a bit of a break, but I don't think. Well, I guess an A321neo could do it. From like a stop in was it really across the pond hub though? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, sure. It's heavy sky out there. Oh, you're talking for like the military. Oh yeah, yeah, we can do that. Do them. GCM. I kind of wish this chronograph might be a little bit better. TNCM. And we'll take off Panama City. And then, in terms of other hubs we can do, what's the... Take this off. No point in having that on. Princess Juliana. Who's that again? Okay, this is where I'm really gonna expose my hypocrisy or whatever I'm gonna call it. TNCM. Come here. Are you delayed? Alright. Yeah, ultra low latency. One of us just might be just a bit slow. Alright. Let's see. Salvador. I'd like to make Santiago a hub, but the question is, how do I get something up here? There's gotta be plenty of options. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna switch out this map. Well, we've been here in the past, and it hasn't been bad. Hasn't been bad at all. Actually, out of all the airports around the world, it's actually one of the better ones. So, yeah, we can verify. Not as a hub, no. Not as a hub. I was thinking that. Not as a hub. I mean, how many aircrafts can fit at SBFN again? 2? What's the main one for Brazil? Or what's one from the main ones? Sao Paulo. That works. Yeah, Sao Paulo works. I butchered that spelling. Saupaulo. So. Santia. I got it right. Yeah, we'll figure out. Remember, these are all just hubs, right? These are all hubs. We're gonna offer plenty more destinations. But yeah, so by having this hub here at St. Martin, that gives us relatively easy access to maybe some places up here, right? Without having to have a nonstop flight. Worse than from Kennedy to worse than flying out of Kennedy to Paris. So, all right, and then yeah, then from Santiago we can have the one all the way down to Shire. Yeah, Phoenix, PH, Yellen, IX. I always forget that. And yeah, I'm gonna make a hub as well. I'm gonna make Charlotte a hub or a hub. I mean, American's gonna go bankrupt here soon, so may as well. And yeah, I'm actually serious about that. I don't know how much longer Americans got left. I mean, and actually, the crazy thing about American now is that it's actually a bank attached to a airline. Their AI rewards thing that makes them the majority of their money, and they still haven't been profitable. Good to show you the situation with American. All right. The next thing we need to figure out is, are these local hubs or region or international hubs? So, Boy is a seasonal airport. Oh yeah, that's true. In that case, Grumpy, are we gonna get held up on the on this tour that we're on? Because we can do it one of these days, but yeah, if it's entering, and I completely forgot they were entering into their period, so yeah, we'll have to look at it. That might be an airport where I take purely the what's the range of an A321 again? Isn't it like 2,000 nautical miles, something like that? Because the next leg's not super long. We're going to a major airport. That might be an A321 leg. It's been ages since I was last in the Phoenix. Two 25015. You know, my next question's gonna be fly all day. Because if it's good now, then we might not have another window for a while. That might be a leg that you and I have to just complete on our own. 25015. What's the max range for an A321? I just gotta look it up. And of course, I only find XLR. There we go. Of course, I want to see the Neos. Have to do the calculations. Yeah. $2,650 nautical miles. So, yeah, an A321 should be able to do it. You might want to take the LR that you have, or the XLR, or whatever one, or whichever one you have. But yeah, an A321 should be able to handle that. So, the question is, if we can't get it down, what's the alternative? Because I feel like it would probably be easier to control the A321 into that airport than yeah, I would agree on that one. The 777, I'd take flaps 3 toga, or sorry, flaps 20 toga out there with. But takeoffs are easier than landings by far. Unless you are experiencing wind shear. at Baltimore, like that one day. So yeah, I'll probably plan to take the A321 in there, and then we'll take the 777. Then I'll probably take the triple out of there, just, depending on how bad it is. I could probably do it in basically any conditions, if it wasn't for the mountains that surround it. So yeah, just that the A321, I think it's a bit easier to control in the conditions. That's my thought behind taking an A321. I mean, it's light enough to where you have pretty good margins, but then it's also has the range to do that flight. Right. That's my thought behind it. And then we'll obviously take the triple or the A350 out. Probably wouldn't want to take an A340. Just because if you need to climb out of there really quickly, I feel like that would be a pretty bad idea. Feel like you want something with the takeoff power and whatnot of a dual engine, or sorry, of a twin engine. Something that can skyrocket. You know, it's been forever since I last flew the A321. I think it's actually been since the beginning of the year, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, we did the race. I think that was like the last time I used an A321. Because I prefer the A319. The A319, I'm actually kind of tuned to hand flying the A319. So before I do that, like I'd have to do some practice. Or I could also just triple it. I don't know. We'll figure it out when it comes to it. The rest of the week is as follows. Tonight, probably not gonna do anything. Just because I do have a meeting tomorrow at work. Thursday night we'll probably do some work on the actually Thursday night we'll probably do Baltimore Heathrow, and then Friday night the plan will probably be can get down to easily with 25 minutes extra in the diversion to the Falklands. That's pretty good. That's a pretty far diversion as well. That's not bad at all. And to be honest, if I'd have to make the diversion at that point in time, then I'm probably not. I probably would just be evil and just close out the flight and log off. To be honest, so yep. Look, and you could bring extra, and you could bring 3 tons extra. Um, the A321 might not be bad for that. Yeah, you could probably bring. Yeah, I'd probably go with like 87 tons. And that would put me at the maximum landing weight. Right. But on the other hand, that means I'd arrive absolutely loaded with fuel if needed. Yeah, that should be completely doable. That should be completely doable then. Yep. Yeah, got that. You got that as well. Got that. Got that as well. So yeah, I think I'll plan to do that in the 321 then. I forgot to grab crisp. Forgot to no, I'll stop by Safeway or Giant later and grab some crisps. My afternoon actually went over to my dad's and dusted out his filthy PC, which was by definition filthy. I had a pretty good afternoon, or really more evening. Yeah, I'll probably run over to Safeway later again. Oh yeah, you get paid tonight. Yeah, we can do that actually. Well, yeah, we can do that. Actually, if we want to do, oh no, I have a meeting. Yeah, to be honest, if you want to do it right after this, we can. But I also understand that it will be kind of late for you guys for y'all in the UK, so I understand if that's not an option. Ah, fair. Fair. Yeah, I'll take a look at the METAR before any of my other stuff, or before any of the other plans. So. Well, I'd like to get to bed. So. Um. Yeah, I'll take a look at the METAR. Before any of the plans for this week. If need be, I can adjust plans for this week. I really need to get a video out today. But it's not gonna be. I think it'll end up being the X and O across the pond video. Titled, "I convinced the world's biggest long haul hater to fly long haul." Oh, welcome back, Clark. Yeah, I might have to edit that video. I'm overdue to edit that, so. £12, that's not bad. Yeah, I might get a bit early tonight and then wake up so I can join y'all. Haven't decided yet. I am trying to join you lot for some more streams, but it can be a bit difficult because my days off in a week are usually Sundays and Wednesdays. This week was an exception. So it is kind of a bit difficult. Yeah, I might go to bed early, then wake up for a bit and fly with y'all. Might be a good option. What do you want to bet he's gonna go from Dublin to Eddie? It's going all right. Been a bit slow because well, first one of the I saw. I don't understand. That's like too short for me, for even my standards. So, it's going slowly, but it's going good. Someone needs to pick up my P1 request or my request for a session. I had a controller I had someone who canceled on me, so I went a week without one. Then someone else picked up my request for one this week, and that's why we're doing this at this time. Hoping someone will pick it up for next week, though. It's going slowly. It's going good. Learning a fair amount, which is the main thing. That's the reason I entered the P1, so I could learn a thing or two, especially maneuvers wise. So. I have, I should have like an X and O bingo card with routes that David flies. Eddie to Bristol. Bristol to Dublin. Dublin to Eddie. Cash trip to Prague. I was kind of surprised when he went over to Heathrow. I was kind of surprised by that. Oh. Auto land in this thing. Oh, you have some time. It's I really need it. Sorry, 1 second. One second. Sorry, ever since I rewired my setup a few weeks back, my clock has not been in there. It's been killing me. It'll be it's 7:38 Zulu right now, right? If I'm doing that correct. 7:48. There we go. Now I have a clock that actually shows me the Zulu time. Took the there we go. Now that's actually useful. Canceled the time panel project. Just because I added a bunch of things, I moved a few things around, and I figure it. I'm moving in a few months anyway. Like, until then. Oh, is it really? That doesn't seem right. It might be though. Surely it's got to be central. Oh, holy shit! It really is. That's news to me. Yeah, I guess it is. That is news to me. Looks like it'd be the edge of my time zone though, but yeah. Didn't know it was a. Didn't know that. Interesting. In that case, we can guarantee ourselves that that it'll be dark. Well, actually, estimating in at oh wait. 6:42 Eastern. Is that what time we were doing? Yeah. Yep, that seems about accurate. Yeah, we might get some daylight. So might. Would still surprise the living daylight out of me if we were to get a controller though. Is it a bit turbulent right now? Versus slightly. So David reinstalled Traceplane, right? Did he have any issues? I was asleep for the first half of the stream, and then I went to sleep for the second half. That's why I asked. Did David manage to go a stream Windows free or issues free? Oh wow. Damn, I'll show you. But what time is it in Perth? In Perth right now. Pausing. What do you mean by pausing? Causing stutters. Or yeah, it's afternoon right now for them. That said, though, it is kind of hard to find a time when those guys do not have any ATC. Anyway, Traceplane I haven't had any issues with. Well, I have had issues with it, but the question is, were those more sim related, which they were. Traceplane's amazing. Actually adds realistic effects. Nothing compared to X-Plane, but X-Plane is X-Plane. X-Plane will never look this beautiful. Not in 1,000 years. Well, maybe in 1,000 years, but until X-Plane hires the idiots who programmed MSFS. So. Damn. Damn. 6 locks. I have 2. Zulu and the tiny one with Windows. Which are my local. Then I figure I can just do the math until then. That makes sense. Therefore, you're gonna need 24 of them, or however many times it exists. 23, I think. Perfect. Can't. Yeah, that sounds like a good route. Fry, you're still with us. Those all seem pretty good. Third one's quite nice. Of course, in real life, I would never go to Australia in real life. Taking the long route back. Nice. You work on tour, or just random flying? Morning, Ross. I'm in the plastic bus again, which is growing on me. It's growing on me. I just turn on. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, we're kind of doing the same thing in terms of routing. You can fly wherever you want, but ours is gonna be a bit different. We're not exactly doing a better version of New Sky. We're adding a bunch of controls. We're changing up some of our bigger annoyances when it comes to New Sky. For example, shitty fuel planning. You generate your basically with the fuel planning. It's up to the user now. It's not like our own. It's not like a New Sky where it's going to be set by default. It's like it'll open. It'll load it into SimBrief. You do your own fuel. It won't generate the flight at all. It'll just pre-fill out the some of the information for you, such as the route, bus, or aircraft, flight number. So do all that yourself. Do the fuel yourself. Each person has their own fuel preferences. So we're also adding a rank system, better rank system than New Sky has. Yeah. Yes, finally. Well, I think we've all been saying it. SU5 is stupid. Actually, I was talking to, or I wasn't talking. I was listening to Island Sim Pilot, and he thinks that the issue is that all the beta testers aren't actually beta testing, and that people go into the betas and treat them more as early access and aren't like actually actively beta testing when they should be. And yeah, I can see where he's coming from. It is true. It is true. Because in the meantime, we're getting slop that hasn't properly been beta tested, even though it's gone through actual beta stuff. So, but then if no one, but the issue is, Ross, if no one's testing it properly, and everyone's treating it as early access, then Microsoft's gonna think that that could be user error or some other issue, right? And so it's like it'll never get treated correctly, right? It'll never get treated to the same level as proper beta testing. So yeah, something does need to get done about it. Yeah, but it's not just you have a very specific system, a very high end system with a card, for example, that has really decent drivers attached to it, Rather, I'm running an AMD card, which I've had loads of AMD artifacting, right? All I'm saying is that beta testing needs to be treated properly as beta testing and less as early access. So, because what we're finding out is that, okay, this update's been amazing, or sorry, this update has been released for a while, and now all the issues are coming through. So, remember, Ross, though, that they can't think of everything, right? They can't think of everything to do. They can't think of every scenario. Exactly. I mean, that is the whole point of a beta. But the issue is that a lot of people don't treat it that way. Very few people, you might be one of the odd ones who, you don't really treat it as early access. You treat it as an actual beta. Right. But anyway, Ross, like, they can't think of everything, though. That's why you release an early version out to everyone, so you can have the community who actually use the software for whatever use case they have, right? I mean, people will abuse software. Rather, if you have a team in house, they might do something very specific, right? They might be told to focus in this narrow area. So, anyway, something needs to change with it because SU5 has been an absolute turd, and obviously people don't want to see SU6 be this buggy. And wasn't SU5 supposed to be a stability update as well? I thought there was talk around it being more of a stability update. And what, it's turned into complete opposite. An instability update. Yeah, I was happy with SU for whatever. Yeah, I was very happy with SU4. But anyway, you see the point though. So many people just go into a beta and treat it more as early access. They're not actually actively testing it. Personally, the only thing that I really ever went early access on was Windows 11. And I was pretty horrendous at reporting bugs on that. But that's also kind of because I didn't really have an issue with Windows 11. I mean, there were annoyances back when I was testing Windows 11, but didn't really notice anything that was completely broken. And then when they did the full release of it, I switched over to Windows 11 permanently. So, nope. I'll tell you what I am more tempted in. I'm more tempted to switch over to Linux if Microsoft doesn't make OS stable. make Windows 11 a bit more stable than it is. Windows 11's also been an absolute church, by the way. I know people have been very mixed on if Windows 11 was a success or failure for Microsoft. And I gotta be honest, it's been more of a failure in my opinion. And it's because Microsoft's putting a bunch of shit into Windows 11 that doesn't need to be put in there. And they're forcing their shit on everyone. Right. I mean, take for example Copilot. It's like, I don't have a reason to use Copilot. Get this shit off my system, please. And freaking Edge is all Microsoft Edge is just awful. Stop forcing that shit on me. I want to be able to uninstall Edge. I want to be able to easily uninstall OneDrive. I want to be able to not have to use some of the stuff that's in Windows 11. Right? Because one of the things that made Windows 10 amazing was that it worked. And it didn't have all this extra slop in it. Or maybe it did, but not at the same level. You know? I mean, the Xbox app, another good example. I mean, I have an Xbox One around here somewhere. I haven't used it in a year and a half though. You've never owned a console. That's interesting. I used to have an Xbox 360 and I still have an Xbox One S, but haven't used the Xbox One S in a very long time. But I absolutely abused the shit out of the Xbox. Not even a handheld. Yeah, that kills me as well. Speaking of Windows, I am about this close to doing another fresh reinstall. Because I've had some issues that arguably I shouldn't be having. Such as massive stutters on boot up. System wide. Right, this isn't even I boot up the system, I open up the sim, and then experience massive stutters. Throughout this system wide. This is I boot up the system, I load up Chrome, and whilst opening up Chrome, I experience massive stutters. Caused mostly by memory. I think. It could also be AMD with their poor drivers. By the way, I am this close to doing a fresh Windows reinstall. But once again, I feel like I shouldn't have to. I mean, it's only been 2 months. 2.5 maybe. Oh, I guess it's been 3 months. It's been since right before the XNO tour. Or the XNO Across the Pond event. Ideally, you shouldn't have to do a Windows reinstall ever. But doing one every 1 to 2 years, that I can get behind. But doing one every 3 months or so, that's not right. In excuse me. In fairness to Microsoft, I did have a system-wide upgrade that involved a graphics card and a motherboard. So, in fairness to Windows, I did do a system-wide upgrade. That might have caused some damage. But then again, I feel as if it was functioning just fine right after the update. Or right after I did the upgrade. And it wasn't until, like, this past week, in which I've been having significant issues. You know? So I feel like I would have noticed some of those issues earlier on if it was really to do with that, you know. All right, let's see what Fry sent me. All right, North American hubs: Baltimore, Dulles, secondary hub, A380 operations mainly. Main West Coast hub, Seattle, secondary. Chicago, yep. Toronto, Canadian hub. Berlin, secondary hub. Yes. No, Lagos. That might not be a bad option. Machine hubs. Oh, look at that, Grumpy. He actually put perf on there for you. Fry, if you're still tuned into the stream, Darwin. Make Darwin make perf and Sid. Well, where's Auckland again? Oh, Auckland, New Zealand. We can do a destination from Auckland, or from Sydney to Auckland. Let me just put this in. But I feel like Darwin should be our primary. Or I feel like Darwin should be our primary hub. Too small to receive wide bodies. Replace with perf. He removed Eddie. Fry, make Eddie a regional hub. Make Eddie a regional hub. Asian hub, Seoul. Then also add Tokyo back in. Replace Seoul with a. I can understand why it went to Manny as a. But the issue with Manny right now is scenery. So that's why I don't want Manny on the list. Because apparently the scenery is all fucked up since any introduced their offering. So. By the way, the A350, or sorry, the A380 is now officially back in the fleet. Yes, kind of. We're also building our own software. We're not running it off NewSky. So too far east to go. No, that's fair. Well, in that case, we may as well just make it Hong Kong. Yeah, South America, yeah, that works. Hong Kong. Come on, Google Maps, load. Could have sworn Hong Kong was down here somewhere. I think that's because it is. Yep, I want Hong Kong back. I want Hong Kong. Remember, I'm the CEO, or sorry, president, as Seb decided to name it that way. Well, we can begin to do at some point in the future. Probably not today, but at some point in the near future, we can begin to spread out everything. Doing hub and spoke method. So. No, make it Hong Kong. So. Well, Seb decided to name it that, and I didn't stop him. Not gonna. I might ask him to rename it though, because I do think it's kind of stupid. CEO. CEO. Be better option. You know, how long am I away from how long or how far am I away from actually taking RhinoFS and incorporating it and giving me access to more tools? I mean, I can get. I mean, is there not a an official corporation somewhere? I mean, in fairness, I haven't made a penny out of this channel yet. I've thrown thousands into the channel. I haven't gotten a single penny in return yet. I mean, we can't even do super chats because we're not at that point yet. But trying to get there. Trying to. So I need to do videos. Istanbul. Roll the Euro Grand Prix race. Taking a look at this though, yeah, the U.S. is fine. Yeah, I want Eddie back. We can bring Eddie as a regional hub, but manning it to me makes no sense. Right. Supreme Leader sounds better. wrong. Remember, remember, Fry. We're not doing like direct flights from every hub to like every hub, right? Doing only the main ones to be internationally connected. Aside from when it comes to this. So yeah, I want Eddie back though. And I'll fly small, tiny aircraft. We'll fly two aircrafts. Here, 1 second. uh, there we go. EGPH. Nor fire, not fired. Don't worry. Just jokes and giggles. That's all that is. Why can I not see the entirety of the pool? But yeah, Heathrow is going to be our main hub. Yeah, Heathrow will be our main European gateway hub, most likely. Yeah, Heathrow will be our main European gateway hub. And then Heathrow will connect to everything. Dusseldorf will probably do A380 flights to and from to Dusseldorf as well. The reason that I went Dusseldorf instead of Frankfurt, for example, is just because I think Dusseldorf is a nicer airport. Well, I've never been to either, but I feel like Dusseldorf as our main central EU hub, I think that does work a little bit better. Not to mention, I think that I'm gonna be a hypocrite here, but I think that Frankfurt and a few other airports are a bit too packed. Yes, that works better. So Eddie, yeah, Manny just makes no sense in my view. I mean, not only that, but right now there is a scenery issue with Manny, where, from my understanding, the taxiways and runways are incorrect with payware scenery, or they're not. I mean, they're not incorrect. They're overlapped in a weird way, so it's annoying for VATSIM controllers. So. Oh, don't worry, Ross. I can guarantee that the CIA has been saying stuff for years. or has been listening to your stuff for years. See, see, and pull. Did not show the results. Can you guys see the results of the poll? Why can I not see the? There we go. There we go. Not yet. 67%. Someone voted yes. Wow. Don't worry, Fry. You can rename your. You can add an extra thing that says Sleepy Fry. No, I'm joking. I can ask now. But yeah, this works. I can understand perf. Over Darwin. So. Yeah. Then Auckland. I feel like Auckland. I mean, I feel like we can do Auckland as a destination, but not Sydney though. Because if I get out the map correctly, I went to the wrong bloody continent, wrong part of the world. Yeah, I feel like Sydney would just be a better option. Then we can have a thing direct to Auckland. That is, of course, if I'm not being an idiot about everything, which I might be. Very, and you all know who I am. I'm in no way smart. Oh, does it really? Miles. Yeah, it is an extra 1,000 or so miles to go, but yeah, I'll just make Sydney a hub then, and we can take off Auckland. Then I still feel like we want an airport to the north, but I don't know if if there's any good options for airports to the north of Australia. But there's no strategical option. I mean, for Auckland, I mean, I feel like we can easily have Auckland as a destination, no problem. But actually, here's an idea. Here's an idea, Fry. How about Brisbane instead of Sydney? Get a bit farther north. There's not that much in New Zealand though. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. So, all right. Let's do Brisbane instead of Sydney, actually. Yeah, it might be. Uh, There you go. I kind of wish I could see the entirety of these polls. Thank you, YouTube, for being shit. Auckland. Well, there's no point in having. Australia is not going to be that big of an area for us. In any Australian aircraft, we will immediately have to ground for deep cleaning. And for deep inspections to make sure that no massive spiders have boarded. So I can't vote though. I can't. 50-50 out of the two votes. Ross, if you're still here with us, would be curious on your take. Oh, there you go. Auckland is mini hub. Alright, there we go. You know that I can get behind now. Yeah, that I can get behind. Auckland. What's that saying that Musk was going on with a few years ago? Vox to something. Right. Perth, Brisbane, Auckland, and that'll give us both those will give us access here. Auckland will still be a mini hub. We'll do flights from San Fran or something. So, yep, Auckland has it. At least it's not Wellington. Wellington. Now this airport was tiny. Oh, actually, Hanoi. What does this airport look like? Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, definitely we'll go Hong Kong instead. Be careful before I turn all the answers on the should I fire you poll to yes. Yeah, perf. I just wish we could find something up here that's big enough in northern Australia, in northwestern Australia, to act as a hub, or to act as a better hub here. But I don't think, and I think Darwin was going to be our best option. But as you said, it can't handle heavies. So yeah, I understand. All right. I'm curious. Can I? Oh. Hanoi, Victor, November, Bravo. That's the one other one that I'm mixed on. Oh, it would make a bit more sense because of the relationship, which, from my understanding, is getting worse with the U.S. and what you call it. Damn. Yeah. Is there another Hanoi airport? I feel like there's gotta be. Not seeing one though. Second busiest airport in Vietnam by passenger traffic. After Chi Minh. Where is that? South. Yeah, what I thought. Some of these extra layers I don't need though. Kind of getting going. Yes, I know. I don't actually know that much about the Vietnam War. So- Yeah, in that case, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, we can do Hanoi. Yeah, okay, well, all the labels and all the extra thing were making me think this is Vietnam, and I didn't think that was right, but goes to show what happens when you're up for hours upon hours. So, data layers. Select. No. View. I don't know. Well, Grumpy, I don't know if you've heard the numbers on us with Iran. Apparently we've depleted like half our military in Iran. So, yeah, somehow we've depleted like half our supply in Iran already. So, whoops. I guess at some point here soon, we're not going to be the strongest military in the world. I think that'll go to China. Well, the thing is like, I don't care on like the actual destinations. It's like someone wants a destination in Cambodia. It's like, yeah, sure, not why not, right? It's just the hubs though. Want them to be strategic. Want them to be good, right? Um, the destinations. Someone wants a destination. Yeah. Oh my god. Another good one. Northrop Grumman. It's in the U.S. ports. What do you have in mind? I'll give you an option here. I'd like to take over some of Americans of AAL's market share at Charlotte, right? But if you want to, Fry, you can make it Atlanta instead. That is, if you want to. Good luck with that. It's the US. So, yeah, my dad works for Northrop Grumman. That's another good one. I almost went to work for Raytheon. Back when I was actually doing a lot of cybersecurity stuff. I almost got an internship with them. Then I decided to go full stop with them on the cyber stuff. And decided to not ever put in that application. That said, though, I do know a few people who work at Raytheon. Oh, come on, Fry. You actually want to join the U.S. military? You actually want to join that? Oh, did I not have Boston on this initial list? I know I didn't. Do we want to add Boston onto North American hubs? Yeah, I think I was considering it, but then Boston is a mess of an airport. I mean, try navigating your way around this airport. I mean, seriously. Try navigating yourself around this. It's kind of not great. I've gotten lost at Boston so many times. True. That's another good point. That is another good point. You know, if anything, I feel like we need a, well, if I were to plot these out. So we have a hub there. We have a hub there. We have a hub there. We have 2 hubs. What kind of 2 hubs? Fry, I think I know what you're gonna say with this, but A380 from Dulles to San Fran. I feel as if that's like beyond doable. That's Andrews. Dulles. It's like I've even Dulles is like my secondary airport. Well, not my secondary. Yes. No, well, not even. Florida's like off limits for us. I'm sorry, we're not doing any flights in and out of Florida. I'm sorry, we are not. It's like Florida is banned. Florida is banned. I'm sorry, we're not doing that. That's like I have everything against Florida in the world. Fried. I feel like we need to add an extra hub somewhere. No, don't grab your crap. Yeah, no. I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, Houston. Maybe I was also considering Dallas just because it's a bit more north. Or you know what would work. Kansas City. Kansas City's like right in the middle of all of it. It won't work. Care to elaborate? Raven. Yeah, Raven is the airport. There it is. I beg your pardon? So sad. In terms of like a bunch of amazing aircraft. You're not wrong. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. I'll show you a few other airports that are looking pretty bad right now. Stands aren't for the long haul. Well, we could do it as a regional hub though, or as a secondary hub. Right. I'm gonna say we can add it as a secondary hub just because I feel like this whole like, middle of the U.S. is significantly underserved. So that doesn't solve. Well, Denver maybe. Denver maybe. Salt Lake City doesn't solve anything. Not really, anyway. And the default scenario for Salt Lake is not usable. I've tried there. I've been there. I've tried, and I think it resulted in a go around. So. Mm. Skill? What do you mean skill issue? Yeah, let's make Kansas City a secondary hub because it is central. And then and to be honest, we might want to, well, you have Phoenix, so. Alright, looking now, Grumpy. Alright, the UK, the main, and we have the main ones. The only other ones that I ask for, or the only destinations I really ask for in the UK, somewhere to Dublin, and then Bristol. So, and really Bristol, you can be nice to Grumpy and even make it like Düsseldorf to Bristol or something, or Berlin to Bristol. Something nice and long. Thank you. Take a look at it. No factor. Absolutely no factor. Would have gotten. Oh, you missed. I missed the contrast. I can't even see them. Can't even see the con. Oh, I can. Oh, that's nice. I can't. Couldn't even see them very well because it is lower. They're an A3 or no, they're in 747 to Miami. Whoops. Sorry, I'm gonna be leaking everything. This one. Let's see what the situation is looking like. Basically, no traffic at all. Where's this guy headed? What? I thought this guy was headed to nowhere. This guy's just wasting fuel. This guy's just wasting fuel. In fairness, he is an A400. Alright. So the only thing Fry is all of our main hubs need to be connected. Now obviously I'm not suggesting a London to Perth. Right, but all the main hubs need to be connected in one way or another. So even if that means, for example, going halfway across the world, yeah, we have to make stops. Because obviously there's no way on earth that we're gonna be careful, I might actually fire you. You know, I have the power. Alright. And then Princess Juliana needs to be. Oh, yeah, that worked. That does work actually. See any other areas that I feel like we might be underserved? I want Halifax as a mini hub. I do want Halifax as a mini hub, even if it all it is a mini hub. I do want Halifax as a mini as a. Well, there might be other options if we don't want to do Halifax. Uh, the Gander's too small. What about Munton? Uh oh. Uh oh. The last time I did an auto land in this thing, it did not succeed. The best in me charge half website. I do anything wrong. I am. I did. Interesting. I remember doing an auto land at Gatwick once, and it completely failed the test. That was back when I thought I was done with it. It's fog now. There's a chance it'll be gone. Not looking great though. It'll be a GSX taxi most likely. GSX follow me car most likely. Oh yeah, I missed that part. It's variable. It's what's known as wind as a calm wind. Not even wind calm. It's calm wind, which there is a difference with. Calm wind is less is 1 knot or less. Wind calm is 3 knots or less. All right. That's not ideal. I mean, on the bright side, it is. Yeah, that is a good point. It is pretty much straight in. In case of diversion, then. And that's still not great as well. I might have to go across the continent. It's one of the reasons I don't really like South America. It's estimating 16.9 tons. That's enough for diversion. This is interesting though. There, it's very much a VFR. What's the runway looking like though? You'll call it at okay. What do you fry? Did we take off Shannon? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you did. Can you add Shannon to destination then? Do Heathrow to Shannon and um Dublin and sorry, not Dublin, Edinburgh to Shannon. But yeah, that's not bad. Newcastle's a good one. Yeah, do Heathrow to Shannon and Eddie to Shannon. And obviously Heathrow will be our gateway. And we could even do Shannon to Gatwick as well. Don't exactly see a purpose in having Gatwick as a main hub though. But there's a good market share over at Gatwick. So. Cork has a. Where's that again? What's this? Updated. Oh. Oh. Let's see. I have IFR only. Yeah, that works. That works. Yeah. Oh, we also need to consider maintenance facilities, just to say it. So. Oh, true. Oh, that's fair. Oh, we could swap out Shannon for Cork. I haven't ever been there though. Yeah, swap it out for Cork, especially if there's a decent default airport there. But good. All right. That works. I think that works. Decent, light-ish, but good. Operations. Um, Edinburgh to Aberdeen though, I might have a. Well, before you do that, let's figure out. Before you do that, let's figure out a naming scheme. In terms of flight numbers first, because right now at Baltimore it's just an absolute mess. It's an absolute mess right now. So I'll publish a numbering scheme. No, let's make it a bit more organized than that. I'm gonna try to like add a letter in it as well. Thinking we could go 1 to 100 Baltimore or something like that. Either way, I'll figure out what I was thinking. For right now, I'll just make the routes. Just make the map. So. Oh yeah, that's right. Whenever I get around to putting them in. Ooh. Boo! No update for the 340. Whenever I get a chance to put them in, so that's fun. And whenever Seb gets around to doing the A cars update. We still have a lot of work to do. We're only about 50% the way there, if that. That's though I am preferring the UI that Seb made to be much better. And this we're gonna swap out at some point. For right now, we're just manually looking over flights, making sure that there's no bugs. For example, this one. I can. Now, this actions page you can't see. Okay, if you want to see the staff thing, really, Fry, I'm in charge of all the routes. You're in charge of events and organizing those. I'm gonna add. Can I add an extra role? New role. Ports to design. Seb, your thing's broken. Oh, he knows how to do it better than I do. I'll tell him to add that to add position. Advisor to delivery to design. Grids. We're actually making our own software, Ross. Fair. Oh yeah, Seb runs the whole thing at this point. I'm just his boss. So. Head of. Yeah. You can see everything that Seb does. Data protection, which is required for us to have. System admin. That's all. That's all Seb. conflict resolution. That's him as well. Yeah. Head of heads. What do you do though? This doesn't be me though. I need to add myself to that. Since I have to do all the deliveries. Carby, I need to steal something from your setup. It's called label maker. 4. Oh, that'd be fun. Did I not save it? Yeah. Once again, this UI that Seth made, I think works really well. There's only a few adjustments that I've had to ask him to make. Don't turn into Donny Boy now. Don't turn into Donny Boy. To the orange face. I never. I'm slowly working on the various 186. Thanks. Fry, just use ours. Just use ours. I mean, that's one of the nice things about mine. That's one of the nicer things about mine. Anyone can be everywhere, and it's not exactly just tied to me. If at some point in time, if I want to sell it, that I can sell it because it doesn't have my name in it. So fair. Well, it does work. Not very well, but it's getting improved. It's getting improved. Seb's working on an Acars update, which will be handled through our Acars client. Yeah, we're gonna be a competitor to NewSky at some point in the next 2-3 months. It will. It will. Oh, oh, no, on a turnaround flight, it might. I gotta talk to Sep. I gotta talk to Sep on how to incorporate that. But it will. It will not. It will automatically start for you. All I have to do is make sure that the flight is filed. Which the way you do that is, and I forgot to do it earlier. Import. Boom. File flight. We are doing. We will do at some point Club Baltimore stuff, but IFR. Oh, I've done this well. I've done this well. Seb's the one developing it, and he knows his shit. He may be a year or so younger than me, but he knows his shit, and he knows it well. So, I mean, this thing's already a bit more reliable than what do we call it? Grumpy, the best part about this, selecting aircraft, which I might remove the Rusty. Sim brief, do your own fuel. Just do your own fuel. It will not generate it for you. And this allows you to make adjustments if needed. Do your own fuel based on your default settings. Right. This will just pre-fill out this stuff. And then you can come back in here. File flight, import, boom. Yes, it does. 100% agreed. Alright, how long until we have... we got about an hour and a half. Any update on this fog situation? No, nothing is perfect. And that was as of 18 minutes, yeah. No update. Probably get an update in about 15-20 minutes. So nothing will ever be perfect. We are gonna be competitor to New Skies though. The idea of time is not gonna be that much of a factor because we understand. I mean, as long as you're not like 2 hours late, we're not worried about time. Actually, I haven't even decided if we are gonna do anything time wise. Seb is very anti financial system, even though I really want to put in a financial system. He is very anti it, and for good reason. His reasoning behind being anti-financial system is then you're flying more for profit and not for fun, which that is a fair point. So we are gonna put in a financial system, though. I am forcing him to, unfortunately. That's it. That we're gonna develop it. Yes, agreed. I know. Actually, it happened to me in Baltimore earlier. Punished me by a massive amount for being half a meter off the center line, or sorry, half a meter beyond the 4. Actually, not even. 0.3. Punched me so hard earlier. .3. So, and I feel like there is a tolerance to be made for if you haven't flown an aircraft in a while. You know. I might ask him to put in some detection, like, have you flown this aircraft at all within like the past 3 months, right? And if not, then okay. Or compared to like your previous flying history, have you flown the A321 a lot recently? No, so we're gonna drop the expectations maybe a bit, right? Actually, I was watching. I don't know. I don't know if I put this in the Discord. I think I was going to. I was listening to the Mentor pilot guy. He and this other pilot have a podcast, and they're talking about training at the end of it. And they were talking about like if it's been a minute since you last flown, then you should probably reduce your you'd probably increase your standards, right? Probably increase your minimums, for example, right? I was listening to these guys while I was fixing the bike, and it was an interesting topic. Yeah, you don't want to chase 10s, but at the same time, for a near perfect landing, I do feel as if it was should have been 10. And especially in like heavier jets, it becomes more and more difficult to get those marks, right? I mean, it's gonna be hard in the A380 recently as well. And I mean, it was a bumpy approach as well. And you don't know where it got great or normal conditions from. It was a bit of a bumpy approach. So, on the bright side, Grumpy, I made yesterday morning I made 146 grand. Thanks to it would have been a lot less if you hadn't moved that aircraft for me. Speaking of, what is X and O operations looking like right now? We have someone's flying the 772 back for James. That's funny. Oh, over to Kennedy. Don't worry, Fry. You're always the your James 2.0. Someone's preparing a flight to is that Cork? We have a good amount of operations going on this morning. Oh, there you are, Ross. Flying to a decent airport. In that case, as Grumpy just said, you're no better than developers in some cases. So. Don't Grumpy, he's an American, so he's an American. He's been fed this stuff his entire life, like I have. Just the fact that we have a bit of a different culture is all. We have a bit more of a stubborn culture. And a bit of a different outlook on life, so. Speaking of things that need to get better, I need to get better at making videos. And I need to get better at making liveries as well. Liveries are fun to make. They're really time consuming as well. And it's not like, and with the liveries, what's even more annoying is that it's not even like you can fly at the same time whilst doing those. Because the second you want to test it, right? Even if you have a secondary machine, Microslop is just bad with it. You know? Because you can't have two instances of the sim running at the same time. It's not even like a you disconnect from VATSIM thing. It's a you cannot run the sim at the same time on two different machines. It will crash the sim. I know because I tried. So I tried for David once on the 772 livery. So that's though I am quite happy with the way that this livery turned out. I'm gonna do a V2 at some point with my with the Air Baltimore instead of a aeronaut. Something to Toulouse would be nice. Something to Toulouse. Something to Gibraltar. Something to Madeira. I can put it in a message for you, if that helps. Preferably something to Ushaire. Grumpy, tell me if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Because I most likely am. Something, maybe something to the Falklands as well. Something up to Halifax. So yeah, Spanish hub might be necessary. Lisbon as a secondary. Yeah, Lisbon might not be a bad option as a secondary. You know, no, do Tenerife. Do Tenerife instead. You have a thing in North Africa. Yeah, give us something in North Africa. So, I mean, it doesn't take long to go from Tenerife to Gibraltar. Same thing to Funchal. Allows easier access to Morocco. And down here. So. Does that make a bit more sense? Another option is you could also go Palma. Palma wouldn't be a bad option. Wonder if they fixed the runway since I was last at Palma. The gang of us flew to Palma over on David's stream recently, and we all most of us took the A340-600, and I had a complete slammer. Think 600 feet per minute plus. It was still fun. It'll go from Frankfurt. The one concern with Palma is, oh, actually, yes. Um, I, that was me under flaring. So then I transfer over to the sorry, to the A380, and that thing I've had a few decent butters in. You know what? Yeah, Lisbon Hub approved. Lisbon Hub approved, and we can go Düsseldorf or something to Palma. We don't want to have too many short flights. I mean, we don't want all these flights to be tiny, short. But I mean, yeah, we can go to Lisbon then. Because Palma's part of Spain, isn't it? That's my concern. Palma or actually, I have a better one. I'll explain it in a moment. I have a better one. Faro. Go Faro instead of Lisbon. I've gotten you and I have both gotten the heavies out of Faro plenty of times. A bit more of a more beautiful approach. So, okay, so the issue that I have with Spain. Okay, pay attention very carefully here. It has everything to do with Gibraltar. Okay. It has everything to do with Gibraltar. Because as you and I both remember, you can't violate Spanish airspace right in there. So yeah, go Faro instead though, because Faro should be a bit more beautiful. And then when it comes to the Gibraltar route, go do it from Rome. So you're not allowed. Okay, officially, you're not allowed to violate Spanish airspace on it from Gibraltar, if it, without causing a diplomatic incident. So, well, that's because you. That's because you did. That's because you did. So. You did violate Spanish airspace, and you very nearly caused a diplomatic incident. Okay, but the regulations are the regulations, though. The regulations for Gibraltar say that you can't violate Spanish airspace, right? Not below 5,000 feet, anyway. Wrong way. 09. Do they really add a approach? When does this as of? Because I feel like they. Yeah, I see that. Military planes may not. What if I decided? I have no clue where that is, Clark. No clue. Alright. Oh, by the way, Fry, it's still a nice challenge to fly in the military way. And also, what defines a military aircraft? Right. If you're carrying any military personnel, would it not? Could it then be considered a military aircraft? Right. I'm accepting them, but okay. I'm accepting them. Be careful before I do a democracy fire on you. Well, actually, we wouldn't even do that. I'd call it a democracy. The terminate your position democracy edition. You seem very argumentative this morning. All right. When how long do we have? Really? Careful, mate. Um. Anyway. Yeah. Do Rome to Gibraltar and make the main hub. Fry, it's 5 a.m. for you. Sorry, it's only 6 a.m. Go to bed. We'll talk about this during tomorrow night's stream. Won't be a stream tonight because I'm gonna work on the raise and work on video. I think I've been pretty flexible. Well, I haven't been flexible. Remember, you can remember though, I am the boss. All right. Anyway. You do realize I slept for about 2 hours before I stream, right? I actually got some sleep before I stream. What's that USB disconnect? I think it's a printer. How soon before joining in the stream though? Because I woke up late and then was late for the stream. We were supposed to start the stream at 12:30. I was 10 minutes late. So, and then I also slept all day. Well, I didn't sleep all day, but you get the point. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. All right. Anyway, is there any update on that METAR? There is a bit more wind. It's out of the calm wind category. It's in the wind calm category. Still fogged down to 100 feet. That was as of... Oh, you are? You are. You better not be changing it back to Manny. Lisbon Faro, it's your call. I prefer Faro. I think Faro is a bit of a more beautiful approach than Lisbon. And I think it's a bit easier to navigate around as well. Both can handle heavies, I think. They can't quote me on that. I don't know if Lisbon can handle heavies, and I know Faro can. Both can handle heavies. All right, wind now. Well, this is as of 40 minutes ago. Hmm. All right. Okay, that is where I draw the line. I'm serious. Like, there's one area in the world that I'm 100% restricting flights in and out of, and it's Florida. I'm not doing anything in and out of Florida. It's the reason why is because I have beef with Florida. That crocodiles, but also Florida's too hot, and there are too many idiots there. I will not be involved in flying any idiots to or from Florida. Not to mention the state in of itself is a hot mess. There's one area that we will never serve, and I will lose out on billions in revenue on, and that is Florida. Spirit should have never made a hub in Florida. They should have made Baltimore a hub. Maybe that's the reason that Spirit went bankrupt. Nah, I'm joking. No, they don't. No, they don't. Want to go to Florida? Fly on JetBlue. Fly on JetBlue if you want to go to Florida. We will not be serving Florida. We can serve the Bahamas if you want that. So every little thing has to have this little kick in it. And mine is we are going to be a global airline, except for in Florida. That is my little ick with Florida, or with that's my little ick with this. And I am well aware that we are going to lose out on revenue, but that's fine with me. Not serving Florida. I mean, I'll serve Texas. You can make Houston a hub. Or Dallas. You can give us a Texas hub. Not Florida though. I even have less beef with Alabama. So let me help you. You're gonna get up here? Get up here. Come on. You coming? No Tampa. No Tampa. What about nothing in Florida? I will do it live. I will do it live on stream. I will do it live on. No, I won't. Remember I'm the president. Right. They can think of me as a really evil American CEO who's not going to pay you very well at all for your efforts. Right. You know what? Here we go. Let's settle this once and for all. Let's settle this once and for all. There we go. There we go. That'll settle. That'll settle it. This will settle it. Everyone vote. Does the stupid state of Florida get a destination in Air Baltimore? Hey, bud. Give me a voice. I know. What's that saying again? Everywhere else. Like, I'm not saying that Florida doesn't deserve a spot. I'm just saying we're not going to serve Florida. Maybe we could do a some Club Baltimore Florida ops though. That I'm not against that. But not for Air Baltimore. Not for flying heavies. Not for Alright, everyone, make sure you vote on does the stupid state of Florida get a hub? Right, get a destination. It might happen, it might not. Well, everyone needs to vote. I vote no, that means we're at 50%, and I'll do the math on it. So far, Fry, it's you against me. I can factor in the numbers. Or I could even vote with my alternate account. I'm not gonna be that evil though. Florida might deserve a destination, but yeah, Florida might deserve a destination. Doesn't mean I exactly want to serve them. Okay. Not even a hub. We're not doing a hub in Florida. I'm sorry. We can do a destination in Florida. That's where I drop. We might do a destination in Florida. No hubs. No hubs. Florida's too expensive. Better not. Remember, you report to me. Last I checked. And last I checked, I was the president. And you're just a, Yeah, last I checked, I was your boss on all this. And last I checked, there was a term for this. I might have to make it my own. Alright. Barnaby, stop. 7. I just don't like Florida. That's my issue. We can even do destinations to Iran. Actually, let's not do that because we'll lose all of our aircraft. He said I was mad. I'm not mad at all. Actually quite happy that we're making progress on it. I am very much thrilled the fact that we are figuring out where hubs are, where some of these destinations are, right? Director of Events handling routing information. So I'll probably remove it as a hub afterwards. But we will see. Everyone needs to vote. So far, it's just the one vote. So I'll let it sit there for another 10 minutes or so. I'll let Grumpy weigh in. But there is officially a term for this. There's a term for this. It's called mutiny. So anyway, how long until our top descent? About 20-ish minutes. Grumpy, you back with us? It's daylight outside. Quiet, you. I've been flying this thing a fair amount. We actually had a not bad landing into Perf with this thing. And oh wait, this will be a Cat 3 Autoland. This will more than likely this will be a Cat 3 Autoland, I think. So it won't even be me landing it. So it's called declare an emergency. Yeah, this can be this will be a Cat 3 Autoland. I can almost guarantee at this point. We'll get updated meter in about 5 to 7 minutes or so, but I think the writing's already on the wall for it. With precisely 0 wind, with the sun not up yet, I don't see there being any way that this will not be a Cat 3. My rating is actually pretty damn decent. Well, it's fallen a lot recently. My rating it's fallen a lot. It's 9.66. How far away am I from getting the A350 type rating? Ouch. Ouch. In fairness, Pry, my flying recently has been in the absolute toilet. I mean, you have to acknowledge that I've been not doing that many streams recently for the past few weeks. Even you have to acknowledge that. I mean, I've been, and the reason why I've just been busy with life, trying to work on some liveries and everything. You didn't play this in for a month. When was that? Well, you have to remember that I was also out of the sim for 2 weeks, so about 10 months ago. So, 3 votes. Alright, 3 votes. I vote no, which means that makes it to 50-50. Oh yeah, you were a bit quiet back then. But how many times have you fallen asleep? Is the bigger question. See, I created my landings. You just fall asleep. What do you mean something important? What do you mean something important? You crash aircrafts. Or are you close to? It's like, when I'm playing with you, I'll give you that. I will give you that. What do you mean I can't make the right call outs? Yeah, I'm a lot better than a lot of other people. I'm a lot better than a lot of others. What do you mean? 5 miles? 3 miles? Short final. Now vacated. It's taxiing. Turning final. At least I actually do the call outs compared to a lot of other idiots on Vatson. You don't. What do you mean they're not callouts? Oh, when you said callouts, I mean I thought callouts on Fatson. So. So it's still 50-50. That run into the time we land. I think that's fair. Oh, come on. Attention, all passengers. Thanks to someone who works at the airborne organization, all flights in and out of Orlando, Florida have been canceled effective immediately. Your refunds will be issued by snail mail in the form of cash, in the form of pennies. Thank you for flying airborne. Yeah, I won't be that evil. I promise I won't be that evil. You do realize the person who has to put those all in, right? Okay. Okay. If I agree to make it a destination, can you make it not a hub, please? Can we agree on that? Maybe 2 destinations in Florida. Jackson and Orlando, potentially. Or Fort Lauderdale might be a good option. Fort Lauderdale? I mean, Fort Lauderdale has a lot of business that needs to be made, or that needs to be brought back. Actually, another true reason on why Spirit thrived in Florida is because they were able to get cheap gates and cheap handling costs. Because for Miami, there's like 5 different airports. I mean, there's the big one. Then there's Palm Beach / Donald Trump International. Then there's a few others. And so they didn't have to go directly to Miami. They could go to other airports in the general vicinity. You know? Oh, come on. Don't worry. Careful. I have a fire button. Or I have a Germany button. Right. Now that's where I'd actually fire you. That's where I'd actually fire you. I mean, it's literally airborne in the name. We have to compete with Southwest. We have to compete with Southwest. The wind is growing. There. The wind is growing. As of 10 o'clock, the winds are now 270 degrees, 4 knots, still fog. Yeah. Don't worry, the HQ is gonna move to wherever I move to in the UK at some point. No, I'm joking on that. Our HQ is gonna be Biwi. Right. Anyway, what am I did? You gonna be say again? Let me look again. Sorry, if you're saying something in chat, I'm scrolling up to chat right now. You said 1-7 via some kind of arrival. No. Let's see here. Fine. Okay. In all seriousness, Fry. We can make Orlando a destination. Oh, no, that's right. Draw a line. You're fired. Effective immediately. You're fired from all positions. From all positions, your services with the Air Baltimore Group are no longer required. If you want to continue doing work, feel free. I'm not actually firing you yet. That said, though, note I do have the button. That'll be 1-7 right via ILS Zulu via Timus on the Simok. Seven Bravo. Insert. Inset. Windows start up to send. No, 1021. That's about accurate. So, no, it does make sense. It draws a straight line. It's basically the equivalent of a straight in. So. Yeah. In terms of reading, if I need to do reading, I will do it. But if Fry's out the question now, then that means Florida gets cut again. Yeah, we do need Eddie. We do need Eddie as a hub. Makes a lot of strategic sense for Eddie to be a hub. Yeah. State opening in Parliament. Is it really? Wow. Alright, Grumpy, you have the Simok 7 Bravo ILS 17, right? Via Timus and this is going to be a Cat 3 approach, I can guarantee you. Yeah, just got the updated meter, and the wind is picked up a little, but it hasn't changed that much. This is going to be a Cat 3. Is this even a Cat 3 runway? That's the question. It is. Good. Yep. Yeah, I go sterile cockpit. We're going sterile cockpit. 10 minutes. Sorry, 10,000 feet. Standard 16 noted. Where's that? So. Grumpy, are you gonna do GSX follow me? Because I'm really tempted for that. Oh, fair. Fair. Working in Jesus, Alright. If this last time I did this, Grumpy. Last time I did this caused a WASM. Oh yeah, that's right. I disabled GSX. I'm just trying to figure out how to respond to Fry here. So. I didn't want to involve the airport with the airport armor, but if you can't accept that I really do not want any destination in Florida, might not be able to allow it. So, just had a whole argument on it, and yeah. Rectificate off at uniform. All right. See if I remember how to do this. Switch this to plan. Move this the right way down. Oh, I gotta put in destination data. Let me do that first. Forgot about that. Let's see. Performance, destination, approach. The wind does change, but there's a bit of wind now. 270 degrees 4. QNH, show you temperature 05. QNH 1016. And then the bar of this is nothing. For, yeah. Yeah. There'll be no bar for this. Alright, time to do break to vacate. So off at uniform, he said. Ah, that's killing me. Set break to vacate. Except, there we go. Auto break on. There we go. Left control on the keyboard. How that works. That seems as if we still have plenty of time for a rollout. Just put no in radio. Should that send you back to that? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, this is a cat 3. Because visibility hasn't improved at all. And there's no wind. Like you said, it'll stay. So that said, that there is now some wind. It's 270 at 4. But with no sun up either, there's no chance. And considering it's at the bottom of a valley, it's got like 5 strikes against it. Curious with something. Oh. Thank you. Completely forgot about level or about top descent. Thank you. Level 100. Santiago traffic aeronaut 3, 5 puppet. Descending now down to level 160 level Simlock. Expecting Alice to runway 17 right. Simlock 7 Bravo, Alice. Santiago traffic. 160. That's what I get for paying more attention to Farai's argument. Ah, that's fair. I think we're the only ones here, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I forgot. This thing is like one of like 3 aircrafts in the world that have a decent VNAV. I finally admit. You're not impressed with its FLS? Or you were? Yeah. Yeah. I found a Gatwick one time when I did a Cat 3 intentionally to see how it was. That it would that it had a tendency to flare a bit early. That's they probably did change that. That was a while back. That was like 6 months ago. Sorry, just checking this message here. All right. Yeah, we'll watch it. I mean, on the bright side, we have plenty of runway. But if it does begin to flare a bit early, then what I do is autopilot off, slam everything into reverse, brake by hand. So that's the concern I have. When did they fix it? I doubt that's the same that it is in the real aircraft, but whatever. I can't imagine that that anyone would certify an auto land if wasn't able if it was gonna flare that early on. Yeah, agreed. I can see them as well. Let's see. Bat Simulator. Any updated meter? No, nothing yet. What time am I doing? 10:45. Yeah, we will get another METAR. So whatever METAR I have here is stuck with it. NH1016. It is. It is my side. I think it's this A card spinner that's doing it. But I don't know for certain. But I think it's the A card spinner. It does with me as well. It does with me. The good thing is that I have 2 USB cards in my system now, and both are working fine. And I've actually had less USB issues with both those cards than with just the one. Figured I have an upgraded motherboard now. Figured may as well put in an extra card, and it's been a good move. Because now I have both of these hooked up at the same time, which rather I wasn't able to do that before. And at some point in time, I'm going to bring back the light panels. So, now we can keep Yoke if you want. Not that we're going to do anything special. Yeah, visibility is still 100 feet. If that. Santiago traffic, Aeronaut 385, Papa Heavy further descent now down to flight level 100. Santiago traffic. Yeah, I think I got that on the last time I was in here as well. Here, throw the lens lights on just for increased visibility. Oh, you should see me on the approach for the Swiss Alps airport. Find this interesting how it's controlling. Oh, I guess it does. I guess that does make sense. So one of the things we're taught with the P1 is engines and power control altitude, not necessarily pitch. I mean, pitch does have an effect, but not that much of an effect. So I find it finding it kind of weird how it's pitching down. It's probably accurate though. You know, this is a good opportunity for me to do. Where is it? Nah, whatever. Whatever. Where is it? Forget where I was going. Oh, I know where. There we go. There we go. Yep. See you on the ground. See you on the ground, mate. We'll see if you and I both have to do go arounds. Which, if we have to do go arounds, then we will consult on where to go, because I'm gonna assume that if we have to do go arounds, it'll be a diversion. Alright. Just monitor everything. Engine's fine. Alright, no, everything's looking good. Everything's looking not bad. After this will be time for a bite to eat, I think. Grab a sandwich. Most likely. Might need to reduce speed a tad. Gonna see how this thing does. Yeah, with no wind to help it out, this fog's just gonna linger. Speed now to 30 knots. Things not doing badly. See if the fog. See if what happened to Grumpy is the same thing that's gonna happen to me. The fog loading in, entering into the view of the airport. Into the fog at 5,000. Noted. That seems about right. That doesn't say. Should be dead on in terms of timing. Alright, passing now. Flight level 100. Santiago traffic, Aeronaut 385 Papa Heavy, descending now, altitude 8,000 feet. Santiago traffic. You will see. Range now 30 to 20. I want the train radar. I think I'll take the train radar on this. We flew out of Panama City, and then we are arriving into Santiago, Chile. Um, though this is going to be an arrival. The visibility is down to 0. It's 0 visibility. Santiago traffic, Aeronaut 385 Papa Heavy now clearing ourselves down to altitude 6,000 feet. Santiago traffic.
Santiago traffic and up 56 Tango captured the ILS and visibility is 0, passing through 3,000 feet.
Alright, let's see here.
In the ILS system, we trust.
Indeed it is. The fog hasn't really loaded in for me yet. Not in the same way that I think it loaded in for you, Grumpy. It's beginning. Oh, it's beginning to load in.
Santiago traffic and up 56 Tango, reducing final approach speed 140 knots.
Noted. What are we intercepting at?
Visibility 0 at 500 feet.
Thank you. Santiago traffic, Aeronaut 385 Papa Heavy. Reducing now speed 180 knots for traffic separation. Santiago traffic. Clear approach.
Runway in sight 100 feet.
That's something. That's something. I need this drag. Get the gear down now.
You can just see the runway at 100 feet. Can't see to taxi out. Rely on progressive taxi or follow me.
Santiago traffic, Aeronaut 385 Papa. Established now. ILS approach runway 17 right. Santiago traffic.
Santiago traffic and up 56 Tango 17 right vacate, taxiing to stand 16 via Gulf or anywhere I can bloody well see.
Burnaby up.
And up 35 Papa runway. Good luck.
Thank you. You can get the ILS. I'm tempted to make this go around. And for not 3-5 pop, we're gonna go around. We didn't ever pick up the glide slope. All right, standard miss approach. Standard miss approach. We missed it. $2,000. Okay. Up to 5,000. All right. Turn now direct Sedpa. And aeronaut 3-5 Papa turning downwind now for retempting of the ILS approach runway 17 right. Santiago traffic. Alright. ILS Zulu. Insert that. FF. Foxtrot. 17 right. Make this heading 350. Get a bit more down. Yeah. Then at Sedpa, what do we need to be at Sedpa again? 5,000. Just goes to show how much my flying has been in the absolute toilet. Continue past this waypoint for a few minutes. It's a divert. Oh, okay. Oh, great. Oh, this is why we have Cat 3. Did your aircraft, Grumpy, did your aircraft do a bad Cat 3 in terms of floating it a bit? Clear approach. Santiago traffic air, not 3, 5 Papa turning base and then final for runway 17 right. Santiago traffic. Oh dear. That's kind of brittle. Let's make sure that I've actually activated approach.
2,500.
Noted. Scary.
2,000.
Noted. All right. Santiago traffic here, not 3, 5 Papa turning final now. May 17 right. Santiago traffic. See if it actually gets it this time. There it goes. Get it. There it goes. To get out of Autoland, start a gentle flare. All right. Santiago traffic here on 3, 5 Papa fully established. Now I'll start runway 17 right, 7.5 miles to run, speed 160 knots. Maintain till 6 mile final. Santiago traffic.
2,500.
All right. Noted. All right. Truly, by definition, IFR only.
$2,000.
Noted. Santiago traffic here on 3, 5 Papa heavy. Reducing now final approach speed. Runway 17 right, 6 miles to run. Santiago traffic. I'm kind of tempted to let this thing float down the runway with this. And slam it into reverse. And take the new sky hit because Can't see shit. Santiago traffic here, not 385 Papa 4 mile final now, runway 17 right. Santiago traffic.
$1,000.
Trust the aircraft. Gears down. Landing checklist complete. All my lights are on. Final call Santiago traffic. Air not 385 Papa landing now runway 17 right. Final call Santiago traffic.
500.
Nothing.
$400. $300.
Oh, thank you. If I can even see them.
200. $100. 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Damn, this is really it. It's bad.
Auto brake off.
Truly a cat 3er. Truly a cat 3er. Santiago traffic air not 385 Papa now vacated runway 17 right, taxiing to parking. Traffic. Alright. Yeah, this thing did do a good job here, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Oh my word, that was stressful. That really was stressful. 4, 3, 2, 1. Having this is nice to have in situations like this. There we go, now I can see you. This really was stressful. This thing did a good job, though. Gonna try to skate past you. Try not to have a wing strike. Having this is very, very useful in situations like today. I have messed up this parking. Thanks, Ross. Didn't do it. All right. Parking brake set. See if we can even. There we go. You can get the add up. There we go. Screenshot successfully achieved. Now everyone can see what we just went through. Alright, engine's off. Now that the EP is available. Landing lights off. Yeah. Alright, that was super stressful. What was the damage? And it was my first 10 in a very long time. In a very long time. It was... There we go. 1.17 Gs, 162 feet per minute. There we go. Perfect distance. Alright. Yeah, this was insane. Is it even raining? It's just like even just straight rain. I can't tell. Ah, whatever. Alright, well that's gonna do it for me. Grumpy, thank you for the flight again. Try to figure out the next one to yep, we'll aim for next leg this week. You know, I will communicate. We'll try to get it done at a good time. So anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm off to bed. And I will see you all in the next one. So long.